Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Nitai Gaura Hari Hare Krishna. Next program.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Govinda Prabhu, for bringing sweetness from Vrindavan. Trust me, I never wanted this kirtan to stop. I did not want to stop the kirtan, but we have a schedule to keep up. So this was just a sneak peek. Prabhu will be singing more tomorrow as well. So now we have the good fortune of hearing from Gopal Hari Prabhu. Prabhu wears many, many hats. He has a beautiful family. He is a distinguished professor in the Aurora University. He's written books. He is part of a journal, the Journal of Hindu-Christian Studies, and he has been serving as a member of ISKCON Shastrik Advisory Committee as well. And for those of us from Naperville, we know Prabhu is very, very steady in his practice. He encourages and, he leads by example by coming, in the morning for Mangalarti and by distributing books. And I'm sure I do not know much more about him than what is told to me, but nevertheless, the good fortune was ours. Thank you, Prabhu. And the topic is tasting the sweetness of Krishna's name. So, on to Prabhu now. And the youth, you may all please face towards, the speaker here. The younger children are going to the park, McDowell Park, whereas 12 and above are encouraged to stay in this class.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So nice to be here with everyone in this wonderful festival of the holy name, in our absorption of our effort in trying to get absorbed in the holy name of Krishna. So I thought to start with this bhajan by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. It's called Shri Nagar Kirtan. And I love thank you sir. And I love the English translation. It says Kirtan in the city. This is like Kirtan in the city. It's describing Lord Nityananda and Lord Chaitanya, particularly Lord Nityananda's Sankirtan activities, how he's going about the city of Navadvip. And he's going about on the order of the Lord, which is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This is Nadia Godrume Nityananda Mahajan, and it's up there also, so we have it up on the screens. Nadia Godrume Nityananda Mahajan, Pati Ache Naam Hatta Jivera Kara. Nadia Godrume Nityananda Mahajan, Pati Ache Naam Hatta Jivera Kara. श्रद्धाभंजन है श्रद्धाभाजन है, श्रद्धाभाजन है। प्रभुर आज्ञाए भाई मांगिए भिक्षा, प्रभुर आज्ञाए भाई मांगिए भिक्षा। बोलो कृष्ण भजो कृष्ण करो कृष्ण शिक्षा, बोलो कृष्ण भजो कृष्ण करो कृष्ण शिक्षा। नादिया गोद्रुमे नित्यानंद महाजन, पति आछे नाम हत जीवेरा करा। अपराध शून्य है लय कृष्ण नाम, अपराध शून्य है लय कृष्ण नाम। कृष्ण माता कृष्ण पिता कृष्ण धन प्राण, कृष्ण माता कृष्ण पिता कृष्ण धन प्राण। नादिया गोद्रुमे नित्यानंद महाजन, पति आछे नाम हत जीवेरा करा। कृष्णेरा संसार कर छाड़िया न चाय, कृष्णेरा संसार कर छाड़िया न चाय। जीवाय कृष्ण नाम सर्वधर्म सार, जीव दोया कृष्ण नाम सर्वधर्म सार। जीव दोया कृष्ण नाम सर्वधर्म सार। नादिया गोद्रुमे नित्यानंद महाजन, पति आछे नाम हत जीवेरा करा। नादिया गोद्रुमे नित्यानंद महाजन, पति आछे नाम हत जीवेरा करा। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। जया गौरानिताय गौरानिताय गौरानिताय, जय गौरानिताय। जया जया प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद, जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद। निताय गौर हरे बोल हरे बोल हरे बोल गौर हरे बोल। गो प्रमानंदी। Shri Radha Syamasundar ki. I'll just quickly read the translation. In Nadia's Godrum, the great soul, Lord Nityananda, has opened a marketplace to sell the holy name to the conditioned souls. O faithful people, O my brothers, by the Lord's command I ask this charity of you. Please chant Krishna, worship Krishna, and learn and teach about Krishna. Chant Krishna's name without offense. Accept Krishna as your mother. Accept Krishna as your father. Accept Krishna as your wealth and your life. Give up all sins. Make Krishna your whole world. Be merciful to all souls. Chant Krishna's names. That is the essence of all religion. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki. Tomorrow actually is his disappearance date, so it's a nice day to read this. So, my general theme that Maharaj gave was tasting the sweetness of the holy name. And within that theme, he wanted us to choose a sub-theme. So, my sub-theme was advancing Mahaprabhu's sacred mission. So that's the topic, the general topic, but where everything is related to the holy name, so we're discussing the holy name. Om Jnanam Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadahmayam Dadati Svapadantikam Vanchakalpa tarubhyasya kripa sindhubhyeva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Padambhoja Madhupebhyo namo namaha Kathanchid Ashrayad Yesham Swapi Tad Gandha Bhag Bhavet. Let me repeatedly offer my respectful obeisances unto the bee-like devotees who always taste the honey of the lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. If even a doggish non-devotee somehow takes shelter of such devotees, he enjoys the aroma of the lotus flower. This is written by Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami. Such a nice verse. This is kind of our merged session with the adults and the youth. It's that session. So I'll maybe be asking some questions also as we go along. So who remembers when does a dog get the aroma of Lord Chaitanya's lotus feet in the Chaitanya Charitamrita? There's one particular pastime, one particular devotee where they remember that. For the youth here, yes. Yes, I'm asking this group here. Yes. Anyone remember? When in the Chaitanya Charitamrita does a dog receive the mercy of Lord Chaitanya? Yes, the adults know. So it's the story of Shivananda Sen and the dog, where this dog becomes very dear to Shivananda Sen. They're on pilgrimage, and this dog goes along with Shivananda Sen. And Shivananda Sen, who's one of the intimate devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he thinks this dog is just one of the members of the party, right? He's one of the pilgrims. And so he starts to take care of the dog like all the other pilgrims. So like everyone sits down in rows to take prasadam. So at the end there's one seat and kind of a plate for the dog. And like this, they were going on the yatra. And at a certain point, the pilgrimage had to take a boat across the river to the other side. Navadvip, it's 9 islands. So somewhere they came across a river. And so the boatmen wouldn't let animals go on the boat. There's the policy, no animals, right? Just like in airplanes, they don't allow the animals unless they're in a cage, and that system was not there, right? So he shoos the dog off, and the devotees get to the other side, and when they arrive to the camp where they're going to take rest, they arrive without the dog. And so Shivananda Sen becomes very concerned. Where's the dog? You didn't bring him along with you? He was one of your pilgrims, fellow pilgrims. The devotee said, we didn't realize that was part of our service. And so he sends some devotees, a group of devotees back. He says, go and search out that dog. He's one of our members. He's official member of the temple, life member. And so he goes back, and they go back and they search for him everywhere, and they can't find the dog. They've lost the dog. And so they come back empty-handed. After that, Shivananda Sen, the next day he fasts. He fasts all day because he thinks that he's the leader of the troop. So anything wrong, is reflected on the leader. And he takes that kind of responsibility, that there must be something in my mismanagement, my consciousness that led to this. So he fasts the whole day because he could not find that puppy that was coming along with them. And then when they reach Lord Chaitanya, then where do they see the dog? He's not exactly at the lotus feet, but near the lotus feet. What is he doing? There's a little hint here on the side of the picture. Yes, the Lord is throwing him coconut, and he's jumping in the air and grabbing that coconut. And as he's doing that, he's shouting out the holy name. He's Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, as the dogs would chant the holy name. And then after that, in front of their eyes, the dog dies, and he goes back to the spiritual world. They see, Shivananda Sen sees this dog being uplifted, going back to the spiritual world. So what's the lesson in this story? What's the great meaning or the lesson within this story? Nandu, what's the lesson in this story? I'm calling on you, Nandu. Actually, it's kind of hard to see in all directions. Do you guys mind sitting here? It's hard to see in all directions. Nandu, so I say, what's the meaning of this story, the dog story? The Shivananda Sen. So, okay, someone from this side. The girls, help them out. That's why, they say even a dog can receive the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. Wonderful. That's one of the very important story and we see this later on as we go through that everyone is a recipient of Lord Chaitanya's mercy, even a dog. So that's spot on. And in addition to that, there's another one. Okay, guys, help the girls out. Someone must know this, or just think it through. It's a very fortunate situation to become the dog of a devotee, right? Our aspiration is to become the dog of a devotee, because if we become the devotee's dog, and somehow we become dear to them, then others, the yogis, have to work so hard. They have to go to the forest and meditate for thousands of years. The jnanis have to read so many books. Who likes to read so many books, right? And the devotees have to wake up early in the morning. We don't have to, but yeah, it's just a lot of work, right? But if we become a dog of a devotee, we just get the causeless mercy, and we go back home, back to Godhead. So this is a beautiful verse that Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami has written. This is just a little kind of a side point introduction. So the different parts of our presentation, which I don't think we'll get through, is the first one is Mahaprabhu's sacred mission. We'll look at what is his mission. The second is Mahaprabhu's legacy. The third is his order. Fourth is attempting to fulfill the order. And finally, the price we must pay to taste the holy name. So these are just some pointers, things to think about. So the first one, Mahaprabhu's sacred mission. We actually sang the song in relation to that. And because his disappearance day is tomorrow, I thought to focus, try to appreciate Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's words. So he has this very nice article by the name of Jiver Daya, which means mercy to the living entities, which was published in Sajjan Toshani, volume 4, issue 8 in 1893. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur is one of the most prolific writers in our movement. And he wrote this article, which is very, you could say, it goes very well with the bhajan that we sung, but it's very, very much like a mission statement almost. So he says, Jiver Daya, mercy to living entities, is one of the main constituents of Vaishnava Dharma. It is the inherent nature of a Vaishnava to be kind to the jivas. When this nature is not detected, one cannot become a Vaishnava, even if one has thousands upon thousands of other external symptoms. Right? So he's saying that the most important nature or quality of a devotee is Jivdaya. And all the other qualities are Tatashta. This is the Swarup Lakshana. That a devotee must have this quality of being compassionate to others. So he then mentions, so this is the continuation of that paragraph. I just broke it up in slides. So it doesn't end here. He says, so this is the most important, even if the devotee has thousands of other symptoms, this is the most important one. Then he says, Jivadaya Namaruchi Vaishnav Seva, which means three things: compassion to the jivas, taste for the holy name, and service to the Vaishnavas, is the only teaching that Sri Satchidananda, Lord Chaitanya, has propagated everywhere. Right? So, if someone asked us, what is the core of our tradition, right? If a TV reporter comes to you and says, in one sentence, say, what are you about? So we can say these three things: Jiv Doya, Namaruchi, Vaishnav Seva. This is the essence of Lord Chaitanya's teaching. We are known as Gaudiya Vaishnavas. We are the followers of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He says, compassion to the jivas, taste for the holy name, and service to Vaishnavas. This constitutes the essence of all religion. So in the bhajan that we sung, he says, Jiv Doy Krishnam Sarva Dharma Sar, means that is the essence of all religion. Here he adds a third one, which is service to the Vaishnavas, which is, as we'll discuss more, it's really non-different. These are three, but really they are one. They are all part of what does Lord Chaitanya say is our highest destination. What's the highest thing a person can attain in this world? What's the highest objective? Just like in different religions, there's something that matters most. Scholars of religion, they call this what matters most, WMM, what matters most. So for followers of Shankaracharya, knowledge matters most. It's all about jnana, right knowledge. If you get right knowledge, you attain self-realization. Similarly, in Christianity, what matters most? Freedom from what? Freedom from sin, yes. And for Gaudiya Vaishnavas, what matters most? Huh? I can't hear. Liberation. Is that the case? A good suggestion. But we have various alvars like King Kula Shekhar who say, let me come here birth after birth. Birth after birth, let me be born in this material world. But I only want one thing, they say. Huh? Prema Bhakti, yes. Lord Chaitanya says, Prema Pumartha Mahan. The highest goal, the highest destination is Prema. Prema Pumartha Mahan. So therefore, even if there is something else to attain, Lord Chaitanya says, we're not interested in it. If you want Prema, if you want love, then we have it all. I mean, we have the path. Everything is known. If you want Prema, then Prema Pumartha Mahan. This is the highest truth, the highest goal, and this is what we provide. But but if you want something else, then maybe this is the right place for you. But the thing that we all want, that we all recognize, is that we are all searching for love, right? Elon Musk, the richest person in the world, is searching for love. Einstein is also searching for love. They may not agree, they may deny it, but everyone needs loving relationships. So that is what the soul is searching for. And if that's what we're searching for, then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, this is the path to the highest prema. Prema Pamartha Mahan. That's the highest benediction, the highest goal anyone can attain in this world. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur goes on. So these three things are part of Krishna Prema. They're just three different aspects of Krishna Prema. When a person has taste for the holy name, then they get love for Krishna. Taste for the holy name means love for Krishna. When that love for Krishna is there, the taste for the holy name is there, then we want to serve those who have that taste. We make friendship with those who have that taste. That's Vaishnav Seva. And when that taste and love is there and that friendship is there, then we want to share it with others. We want to share that same love with others. When we want to do that, that's compassion to the jivas. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur goes on to say, the Vaishnava's mercy to the jivas resides deep within the mind of a Vaishnava. And the significance of this instruction of Mahaprabhu can only be understood by knowing its external indications. Thus, these external indications must be cultivated by us. So he's saying that this feeling of compassion to the jivas resides deep in the heart of the Vaishnava, but it can be known by the external manifestations. So how do we know that this devotee has this quality of compassion? He says, well, you can't read their mind, so we know it by their activities. And this is why, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he said that he gave, a way of how to know a great Vaishnava that seems very mechanical. And in one sense it is, but this is what he's referring to, that this is the external manifestation. That was, you know a devotee, the greatness of a devotee by the number of temples they open, by the number of devotees they make, and by the number of books they distribute, right? So it's one way of measuring, doesn't have to be the only absolute way. But why? Because if their mercy is so strong, if their desire, if their compassion for the jivas is so strong, it will manifest in these ways and other ways. Right? The phrase Jivar Doya, Bhaktivinoda Thakur continues, must be understood only in relation to the Baddha Jivas, conditioned living beings. Now this was very interesting for me. Furthermore, among the Baddha Jivas, those who have attained an inclination towards Krishna are not objects of our mercy and should be treated as friends. Therefore, among the Baddha Jivas, those who are foolish or ignorant are to be shown mercy. So, very interesting point, that what he's saying is that when we show friendship and love and care towards Vaishnavas, then that's Vaishnav Seva. That's not Jiv Doya. That's caring for the devotees. That's Vaishnav Seva, which is a very important part, if not one of the most important parts of our mission, of our tradition, of our teaching, Lord Chaitanya's teaching. But when we are exercising Jiva Doya, it means to people who don't have Krishna's mercy. Right? You cannot say that I'm practicing Jiva Doya with Rahel. Right? No, he's already a devotee. Someone who doesn't know Krishna, right, or someone who doesn't have that inclination to Krishna, that we must exercise. To the devotees, if we are with them, then we should think, no, I'm serving the devotee. I'm not showing compassion to a devotee, but I'm serving the devotee if I'm helping them. So very interesting but subtle difference and change, right? That with Vaishnavas, it's always service. We really can't show compassion to Vaishnavas because we see them as objects of service. But then Jiva Daya must be practiced. That means that's to those who have forgotten their inclination towards Krishna. They are to be shown mercy. So, meaning every devotee must participate in that. In all three things, in the chanting of the holy name, in serving the Vaishnavas, and in Jiva Daya. So this is the song that we sung, and the meaning for this song is giving up all sinful activities, carry on your worldly duties only in relation to Lord Krishna. The showing of compassion to other souls by loudly chanting the holy name of Krishna is the essence of all forms of religion. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has given us a very potent, a very direct way of increasing our taste for the holy name. And that is by loudly chanting it, by chanting it not just for our benefit, but for the benefit of all the living beings in this world. And when we do that, then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is very pleased. We get immediate taste. We get the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And then he comments on this. So this is the translation of Bhaktivinoda Thakur's song. He writes a purport to his own song in that he writes on this verse. So the first point is giving up sinful activities. So a very significant point here, that he says theft, speaking lies, cheating, hostility, lust, inflicting bodily harm, duplicitous politics, and so forth. Abandoning all these, spend your life in Krishna's world. Bhaktivinoda Thakur is such an amazing writer. Right? He says, give up all these, spend your life in Krishna's world. The ultimate statement is this: showing mercy to all living beings, living a pure lifestyle, just chant the holy name of Krishna. Truly, in a few days, your Sarupa will awaken and will remain floating in the ocean of eternally sweet Krishna Prema. So he says this as a purport in this song and also in other books like Harinam Chintamani. He says, in a few days, you'll get the result. It's been 30 years. He says, in a few days. And I'll mention it here because we probably won't get to it anyway. But Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he so nicely describes, in this verse is so amazing, that if we give up sinful activities, and then he further clarifies, if we give up the offenses to the holy name, right, the 10 offenses against the holy name, if we pay that price, right, that's the price we need to pay. If we can do that, and we can show compassion to other souls, then in a few days we get love for Krishna. That's all we need to do. All we need to do is just give up sinful activities, theft, speaking lies, cheating, hostility, lust, all these things. Don't make offenses to the holy name, the 10 offenses. And then share this holy name with others, and in a few days we'll see our Swarupa. But the catch is that in order to observe all the 10 offenses, when we think of offenses, we just think about the first one, okay, don't offend devotees. But there's 10 offenses. The third one is don't disobey the orders of the spiritual master, right? Which means basically following everything the spiritual master says. So the catch is that if you're following all the 10 offenses, you're a pure devotee. If you avoid the 10 offenses, you're a pure devotee. So he's saying if you're a pure devotee, then in a few days after chanting, you'll get the taste for Krishna's holy name. So it's not easy to do that, that's the point. But if we can do that, then we can get it. And the wonderful thing about reading these things and reading his books is that one gets agreed that, okay, if this is what I need to do, then this is what I need to do. One gets agreed that, okay, if I can avoid performing sinful activities, if I can avoid making offenses, then I can get the taste for the holy name. So let me avoid the 10 offenses against the holy name. So one time I was in Vancouver and I was traveling with His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, and I would do this in the summer when he would visit the United States. And so one morning there was another devotee helping him with his deity worship that he would do every morning. So Maharaj told me that you can go to the temple and attend the morning program. So I went to the temple to attend the morning program, and after giving water to Tulsi Devi, I came back to Maharaj's room. I attended Mangala Arati, everything, gave water to Tulsi, and then right after that came back. And when I came back, he said, "Oh, you came back so quickly." I said, "Yes, I finished Tulsi Puja, I gave water to Tulsi, and I'm back." He said, "Did you recite the 10 offenses against the holy name?" I said, no, that part goes on, that's kind of the part, like we kind of like ramble through it as quickly as we can so you can get through the chanting. And I said, no, I didn't do that. He said, that's also part of the morning program. So that's part of the morning, you must do that. So Prabhupada, everything he put so conscientiously, and the recitation of those 10 offenses daily is there because that's what's stopping us, right? That's what's stopping us from getting Krishna's mercy. The chanting, the taste for the name. If we remove that, then in a few days we can get not only taste for the name, but our Swarupa will awaken. We'll realize our spiritual identity. So here he's saying that the focus again is, what our theme is, showing mercy to all living beings. So why is that so important? Why does Bhaktivinoda Thakur mention this first? In every list that he gives, he always says Jeev Doya. In the song he says Jeev Doya Krishna Nam. In this article he lists the 3 things, but he says Jeev Doya. Why is Jeev Doya so important? I mean, the holy name is everything. Because of this reason. It's not that compassion is more important than the holy name in one way, right? But why? Because 2 points we can make about giving in general. That a life of giving means when you give things, you lead a life in abundance. Right? People who are giving things, sharing things with their friends, donating to the temple, giving Lakshmi that they earn to others for good purpose. They're always wealthy, healthy, wealthy, and wise, right? So a life of giving is always in abundance. So when you give, you always get more, right? When we give the best things we have them forever. When we give the best things we have them forever. So why is he mentioning Jeev Doya first? If we think about this, then why is he mentioning that first? We realize the importance of what we have. You're absolutely right. Because when we give it, that's actually when we get it. So if we want the holy name, if we actually want the jewel of the holy name, right? The jewels of the holy name, then when we give, whatever we give, that's what we actually get. When we teach something, that's when we actually learn. Right? Like this presentation, I spent 2 weeks preparing this. So the person who benefited the most was me, right? Because of this, I had to read and this and that and think about what. So when we teach something, then we learn it well. In the same way, getting the holy name or receiving the holy name means giving the holy name. This is what Harinam Sankirtan is. When we give Krishna, then we get Krishna. And this is why it's non-different. You say, why are they mentioning Jeev Doya and Krishna Nam? Why not just Krishna Nam? Because giving Krishna Nam is getting Krishna Nam. And that is what Mahaprabhu's teaching is. That is what his mission is. And that's his legacy. Right? This whole tradition, this whole movement is a giving movement. It's not a taking movement. You go to India and there's some Vaishnava sampradayas, like there's a Madhva sampradaya, and they don't believe in any form of proselytization, preaching. You think, oh, it's so good. These people are real peaceful folks. But if you go to the Matha and you want to join, this is actually a tradition. It's studied. It's there. Then you can't join their ashram because it's in their tradition that if you're meant to join their ashram, then they say, then you'll be born in our community. God will arrange that you'll be born in this community, so you have to be born in their sampradaya in order to be a member of their sampradaya. Right? It's their philosophy. And we find, not just in that sampradaya, but so many others, that sometimes there isn't an emphasis in giving. It's more about personal practice, self-realization. Advaita philosophy is a little bit like that. Become knowledgeable yourself, become Brahman realized, and gain moksha. In Buddhism, gain nirvana. The focus is on personal enlightenment. Yes, there's an aspect of preaching, but not in all traditions is that focus there. Jesus Christ is an example of a great Vaishnava who practiced Jiva Doya. And that's why in Christianity we find this mood, sometimes a bit too enthusiastic, right? Of sharing the word with others. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also had that same zeal, but not by the sword, only by the holy name of Krishna. So the essence of our movement is a giving movement, because that's how we get it ourselves. When we give Krishna, we get Krishna. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had two instructions: chant Hare Krishna and teach others about Krishna. What was Lord Chaitanya's first instruction? This side here can say, what was it? Yes, I have a rule actually in my classes, college classes, that no technology during class. I'm the only one allowed to use this. What's the first one? Loudly, I can't hear it. Chant Hare Krishna. What's the second one? Teach others about Krishna. So chant Hare Krishna, teach others about Krishna. It's very interesting. I showed you this image right in the beginning, that Lord Chaitanya repeated this so many times. When he meets Vasudeva Vipra, he's a leper. He's on the street, he's suffering. He's, like healing lepers. It's amazing. It's like a universal miracle in all the different traditions. You've studied Christianity, you know that, right? That you become a saint when you can heal a leper. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is doing the same so many times. Vasudeva Vipra is a leper. And he's, going around, leprosy, your fingers fall off or your nose falls off, all these things. And no one wants to be near him. He looks ugly. He smells because your body rots. And this leper hears that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has visited his town. I forget the name of the town. Someone may remember. Lord Chaitanya is traveling. And so he can hardly walk. No, this is the Vasudeva Vipra. Yeah. But the name of the place is Kurma? Sri Kurmam. Okay. That's the name of the town where they're at. So Lord Chaitanya has arrived there. He hears this. And so he's rushing to the spot where Lord Chaitanya is. And he's waddling along, right? He's just like somehow trying to make it. He's crawling to the location where Lord Chaitanya is. And when he reaches there, what happens? He's informed that Lord Chaitanya has already left. And so Vasudeva Vipra, he collapses. He falls to the ground and he starts to weep. And he weeps and he cries. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is a soul within all souls, right? He's a super soul. He knows that his devotee is lamenting there. And so he comes back to that location. And then he embraces Vasudeva Vipra. And when he embraces him, then his leper body becomes golden and effulgent. And he gets this beautiful form. And he's glowing, he's so beautiful. And Vasudeva Vipra is an unalloyed devotee of Krishna. It's described that his whole body was filled with worms. And these worms were feeding on his body, but he had Jiva Doya to such a degree that when these worms would fall off of his body, he would take the worm and put it back on his body. He's thinking, the body can be used by another living entity. How wonderful, right? It's interesting, in our modern, in our movement, we find devotees of this caliber, right? Who have given their body in the Lord's service. They have no sense of my body, my space, any sense of privacy. They're like Vasudeva Vipra. Their mind is, my body is for others. It's not mine. And so he's putting these back before Lord Chaitanya comes. So he gets this beautiful effulgent form. And when he gets it, then, we would be like jumping up and down. But he's very sad. He tells Lord Chaitanya that now I didn't come here so you would cure my leprosy. He wasn't going to Lord Chaitanya begging for a cure, which is what you would obviously think that that's why he's going. No, he was going there just to see Lord Chaitanya. And when he gets this beautiful body, then he tells Lord Chaitanya that now that I have this beautiful form, I'm so good looking, right? And I have the golden effulgence coming from my body. Everything that we all want, right? When I walk, people should Lord Chaitanya preached, influenced others by his beauty. So we also feel, if I really look like a nice devotee, then others might be inspired. But he says that now that I have this nice form, I'll become proud. I'll become arrogant because I'll think that I'm a great Vaishnava. I'm glowing, I'm effulgent, I have that halo behind me. And so, what can I do so I don't become proud? And so Lord Chaitanya tells him two things. What are those two things? Chant Hare Krishna, teach others about Krishna. He says, just do these two things. If you continuously chant about Krishna, and if you teach others about Krishna, you will never become arrogant. You will never become proud. Don't worry, you'll never fall. Then he meets the Kurma Brahman in the same location. The Kurma Brahman is a householder, he has a family, he has a nice family, and Lord Chaitanya, he invites Lord Chaitanya to his home for prasad. He really treats Lord Chaitanya with love and respect. Lord Chaitanya becomes very happy. When Lord Chaitanya leaves, then the Kurma Brahman tells him that, please take me along with you. This material life is so troublesome. It's so, he uses a word like it piercing, it's biting, and I can't handle it anymore, so please take me with you. And Lord Chaitanya says, don't speak like this anymore. You stay where you're at. You stay with your family. You stay at home. But do two things. What's the first thing? Chant Hare Krishna and teach others about Krishna. So Lord Chaitanya, on multiple occasions, he said these two things. And this is why Bhaktivinoda Thakur in his song, when he says, Jeev Doai Krishna Nam Sarva Dharma Sad, he's not making it up. This was Lord Chaitanya's teaching. And why was this there? Because when we teach it to others, then we actually receive it. So obviously, we need to have it first to give it to others. So we need to learn it ourselves, practice it ourselves, before we can give it to others. But when we give it to others, that's when we really get it ourselves. So our focus should be, how can I give it more and more? This preaching service, it's not something artificial, an imposition that Prabhupada has given us, something for less advanced devotees, or something that, is because we can't chant all the time, therefore he asks us to preach, but the real thing is the chanting, the bhajan. No, the real thing is giving it to others, and then we get it ourselves, deeply inside. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu broke open the marketplace of the holy name. So this is part of that bhajan that we read. They broke open the marketplace of the holy name. So it was closed up, it was locked, the doors were locked, they broke it up. And we have to make it so attractive that people want to take it in their lives. So we all, about half of Indians in this world are businessmen. Right? We love business, especially coming from India, so many businessmen. So we all know if you have a product, if you want to sell it, you have to make it very attractive. Right? You have to, the more you show, the more you sell. There's so many things like this. So any product that we sell has to be very attractive. So by our own life, our example, by our places of worship, by our exchanges, we have to make the holy name and Krishna's name so attractive that everyone wants to take it up. Then there will be a good sale in the marketplace of the holy name. And that's the sum and substance. So this was Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's order, and after that it was lost. His mission went underground. So many other Apa-sampradayas came. Then the marketplace was closed again, or it was shut down. Then in 1981, Bhaktivinoda Thakur reopened that marketplace of the holy name. And 1981. Oh, 1880. Oh yeah, sorry. So he gave, at that time he had a prayer and a prediction. What was his prayer? This is meant to be interactive. Yes. Sandhya Mataji, she is a PhD. She always gets the right answer perfect. She's mentioning that his prayer was that he wanted a ray of Vishnu. He wanted someone who would come and distribute this all over the land, all over the world. And that was who? His son, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. And there was a prediction that he gave. What was his prediction? That very soon, someone would come and take this to every town and village of the world, right? So after him came Gaur Kishore Das Babaji, and not much is known about his life, but what we know is that he chanted 200,000 names of Krishna daily. He chanted 128 rounds every day. So that's this. Yeah. He was a Nitya Siddha Vaishnava, like they all were, but different devotees have different natures and different relationships with Krishna. He felt painful separation from Radha Govinda, and he cried profusely and would loudly chant the holy names in lamentation. So sometimes we see that devotees don't engage in, you could say, the sharing of the holy name. And you think, well, why not? Because it's not that they don't have that jiva doya, it's that they are so deeply in separation from Krishna, at times they're unable to do it. And this is very much recorded in his life, that so much of his life he was lamenting in separation from Radha Govinda. But there are times in his life when he would meet hundreds of guests each day. So, that's not ordinary service, to meet individually hundreds of guests, like all day, a stream of guests. And he would in fact get so many visitors. This is why at times he would just get exhausted with them, so then he would go into a bathroom and chant, because no one disturbs you in the bathroom. When you need your own time, your thinking room, you go in the bathroom and you close the door and you lock it, right? So if he's in there, then no one can disturb him. So the idea is not that he was intentionally wanting to chant in the bathroom, or was in the bathroom all the time. When he wanted peace from all the streams of guests that would come, he would go and he would just chant, because he was so absorbed, the atmosphere didn't matter to him, the external atmosphere. So that was who he was, a great Vaishnava of the highest caliber. And his disciple was Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. And when he comes, then this marketplace of the holy name swells again. So it was all over the place when Lord Nityananda and Haridas Thakur were distributing it, Narottam Das Thakur, Srinivas Pandit, and then it goes underground, and then it really comes back again strong and alive with Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. All over India, Burma, England, he establishes more than 64 temples and reestablishes the real principles of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with the help of his father, Bhaktivinoda Thakur. And then finally, we have Srila Prabhupada, who fulfilled the prediction of both Lord Chaitanya and Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Prithivite ache yata nagaradi gram sarvatra prachara hoibe moranam. In every town and village, the chanting of my name will be heard, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had said. So Prabhupada writes in the purport, in the Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya 25 to 65, he says, following in the footsteps of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we are trying to broadcast his message throughout the world. By his mercy, people are taking this movement very seriously. Indeed, our books are extensively distributed in the Western countries. So in every town and village, and it's a fact, wherever you go now, you can find a devotee. I once went, like this is 15, 20 years ago, of course now there's so many more, but I went to Madison, Wisconsin, which is basically a university town. And I was there for a course, and I asked devotees who lived nearby, are there any devotees who live in Madison, Wisconsin? They said there were some, but they moved. There's no devotees there now. I searched the gatherings online, no devotees there. So everyone told me there's no devotees there. Well, once I got there, just by coincidence on the campus, I met this devotee, and he was living there and holding programs in his home, and he was just this really sweet devotee who was there in Madison, Wisconsin. So every place we'll find somewhere Lord Chaitanya's mission is there, because he predicted it. So what is his order? What was the order that he gave? He says, Lord Chaitanya says, Atayeva yami agya dilun sabakare yahan tahan prema phala deha yare tale. Therefore I order every man, and man means also woman, within this universe to accept this Krishna consciousness movement and distribute it everywhere. So this is the verse here, and Srila Prabhupada translates this like this, and in brackets I put Prema Phala there. So the verse says, Yahan tan prema phala deha yare tare. So Lord Chaitanya is saying that give this fruit of love, prema phala, literally means the fruit of love. It's a love fruit. Give it to every person. Give it everywhere. Every person must do this. And Srila Prabhupada translates prema phala. This is his translation, Prabhupada's style of translating, as the Krishna consciousness movement. So Lord says, give this prema phala, this fruit of love, everywhere. He says, this Krishna consciousness movement. So what does that mean? What is the Krishna consciousness movement? It's prema phala, it's the fruit of love. Right? This is what Prabhupada thought the Krishna consciousness movement to me. It's one big juicy fruit of love. So in the purport to the Chatur Shloki Bhagavatam, Srila Prabhupada writes, the direct order of the Lord, which is right here, I order, he says this is his order. The direct order of the Lord is a manifestation of his internal energy. So when we get a direct order from the Lord, which often comes through the spiritual master, it's a manifestation of Krishna's internal energy. Then he continues, this is the same sentence, again, my quotations aren't correct here, should be really one. This particular energy is the means of seeing the Lord face to face. So the direct order is a manifestation of Krishna's internal energy, because it's coming from Krishna, is directly Krishna. And fulfilling that order means seeing the Lord face to face. So Prabhupada makes this point in so many different places, that the order of the Lord is our most valuable asset, and fulfilling that order is the most important business. In another purport in Madhya Leela 7.128, Prabhupada makes various points. He says, preaching is more important than staying in Vrindavan or Jagannath Puri. The devotees of Lord Chaitanya must preach in every village and town in the world. This order comes through the parampara system. So he makes the point that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave this, and now he's giving it to us. So Lord Chaitanya gave this, it came to Bhaktivinoda Thakur, then Gaur Kishore Das Babaji, Bhakti Siddhanta. Then Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur told Prabhupada, go to the West. It went to him, and now it's coming to us. It is the duty of every disciple to carry out the order. So, this is the order. I'm going to skip a few slides just in the interest of time. So, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Chaitanya Charitamrita describes that he manifests in the form of the desire tree of devotional service. So there's this massive tree that he's made. And this tree is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Who's the gardener? Who's the gardener? Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And who's giving it out? Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So the tree is him, the gardener is him, and the giver of the fruits of this tree is also him. And this tree of devotional service, it's a banyan tree. It's one of those trees that keeps growing and spreading. And so it needs to spread all over the world. But how does it spread? He says, I am only one person. He is the trunk of this tree. All the different branches are his devotees. So one branch is Advaitacharya, another branch is Nityananda Prabhu, and there's 91 different branches mentioned in the Chaitanya Charitamrita of different amazing devotees. Like there's one branch that's Vakreshwar Pandit. He's the fifth branch. And Vakreshwar Pandit was the intimate associate of Lord Chaitanya, and his quality was that he could dance continuously for 72 hours. For 72 hours straight, he would just dance. So we can dance for maybe 72 seconds, but he could do it for 72 hours straight. That's who he was. Similarly, there's another branch of Garuda Pandit, and he was a devotee of Lord Chaitanya who's described that the Chaitanya Charitamrita exactly says this, that his absorption in the name was so strong that even the effects of poison wouldn't affect him. No wonder his name was Garuda, right? Because Garuda can eat snakes and it doesn't affect him. So even the effects of poison wouldn't affect him. So another branch was Raghunath Das Goswami, who would offer 1,000 obeisances to the Lord every day and 2,000 obeisances to the devotees every day, and chant 22 hours a day or serve Krishna 22 hours a day. So these were all great personalities who formed the different branches. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says that this is the desire tree of devotional service. He is the tree, the gardener, and the bestower of those fruits. Again, I'll skip. And then he says, Atayeva yami agya dilun sabakore yahan tahan prema phala dihayare tare. I am the only gardener. How many places can I go? How many fruits can I pick and distribute? Prabhupada writes in the purport, here Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu indicates that all classes of devotees should combine to distribute the Hare Krishna Mahamantra without consideration of time, place, or situation. Normally we are told that we should consider time, place, and circumstance. But Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu tells us that no consideration of time, place, and circumstance. Wherever you are, whoever you meet, it is my order, tell them about Krishna. Share this with others. The residents of Kulina Gram, they ask Lord Chaitanya, who is a Vaishnava? The first time they ask Lord Chaitanya, who is a Vaishnava? Lord Chaitanya responds, a Vaishnava is someone who takes the holy name just once. The second time they ask Lord Chaitanya responds that a Vaishnava is someone who is incessantly chanting Krishna's holy names. The third time they ask him, the third year when he comes, they say, who is a Vaishnava? Lord Chaitanya says, a Vaishnava is one who chants incessantly, and also just by seeing this Vaishnava, others become inspired to chant. So like this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told us the different types and Vaishnavas. The first one is the neophyte devotee. Even once if they chant, they're a devotee. The second one is a devotee who's chanting incessantly, a Madhyamadikari devotee. This is one definition. And the third one is not only one who chants, but who, when people see him, they become inspired to chant. That's the Uttamadikari devotee. Right? And this is when the holy name is within that person's heart, they can make this miracle happen. We see so many of our devotees, our movement can make this miracle happen, that just by their association, people start chanting. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is said that the Lord accepts a preacher as a most dear servant. Anyone who is preaching the confidential message of Gita to the people in general is so dear to Krishna that no one can equal with him in human society. So, just as an interesting side note, why is this important? Because this is actually the test of a process. Here, all of a sudden, we have Charles Darwin. I don't mean to agitate the mood, but Charles Darwin, people think that he became an atheist because of his evolutionary theory, right? Because of evolution and the theory of evolution, he became an atheist. He is known as the inventor of that theory. But if you read his biography, the reason why Charles Darwin became an atheist is because he couldn't find the solution to suffering. Right? He was experiencing a lot of suffering in his life. He was suffering personally from a very serious stomach problem, due to which he always had intense pain in his stomach. The time that he lived, medical science, modern medicine was not so advanced. So people, if they had some issue, they generally lived with it for much of their life. And also, when his daughter was like 6 years old, his daughter died. And he could never figure that out. So he could never find a solution to an answer to suffering. He was actually born in the family of a very religious family. So he's born as a religious boy. He wasn't born as Charles Darwin. As it is often the case with these, he was, going to church. So he had some faith in God, but he could not find a solution to his suffering. So then when he becomes a young man, then he takes service in the British Navy. And he has the job of being an observer. He gets paid to observe things, a professional observer. So he goes on the ship and they travel all around South America. They go down, and when he goes to South America, then he comes to this place where he finds nomadic people. Some, very isolated place. And when he goes there, then he finds that the locals there, the native people there, they, he says, were savage in nature. They had no good culture or qualities. And during the winters, when it was snowing and there's no food, then these savage people, they were cannibals, and they would cut up and eat their wives. And he said they would not cut up and eat their dogs, because the dogs were at least useful, but the wives were not. So very, very gruesome thing. Now, he therefore concludes that actually this world is simply a blind struggle for existence. And that's why his famous phrase, the struggle for existence. And who survives? He says, the survival of the fittest. And that's why his second major thing, the survival of the fittest. That this world is simply suffering, there's no solution to it, only the fittest survive. Now, Charles Darwin's accounts are questionable, because other people went to those same areas and they didn't find these savage beasts that he talks about. They found like friendly, nice people there. So we have to question whether or not his account was correct or not. But the point being that the test of a tradition, right, the test of a process, the proof is in the pudding. The test of a process is measured by how much it can alleviate people's suffering. Charles Darwin did not find that his faith, he believed, of course it wasn't the correct thing, but he believed that it didn't alleviate his suffering. So therefore he lost his conviction or faith in it. But if his experience was different, that no, this is giving me a higher taste, this is alleviating my suffering, this is alleviating others' suffering, then maybe he wouldn't have been Charles Darwin today, and he wouldn't have had his theory of evolution. So Vaishnava, why again that focus? Because they show the power in the process by being able to alleviate other suffering. So attempting to fulfill the Lord's order is the effort, because the devotee is paradukha dukhi. So now, in the interest of time, I'm going to skip here quite a few things and go here to, because we're really short of time. So Prabhupada here, he writes two things. In the same day, he wrote 2 letters. He said, the main thing is that you must set the nice example for others by following very rigidly the regulated principles, such as chanting the 16 rounds on the beads, reading the books, getting up to attend Mangalartik, etc. In this way, everyone shall be encouraged. Srila Prabhupada says, he says, this is the main thing, that we must practice ourselves the holy name of Krishna. On that same day, he wrote to another disciple, it is so very nice to hear how the book distribution is going on. This is our main business, distributing these books all over the world, and thus turning the minds of the fallen souls towards Krishna. So how Prabhupada said both things are the main thing, because they're both essentially one and the same thing. And Sanatana Goswami, our personal practice and our giving others, they're intrinsically connected. We cannot share it if we're not practicing it ourselves, if we're not chanting nicely ourselves, if we're not doing the process ourselves, and if we're doing it nicely ourselves, then that means we're also giving it to others. So Sanatana Goswami, in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, he praises Haridas Thakur. So Haridas Thakur is known as the Namacharya, right? He's kind of the hallmark of those who are absorbed in the holy name. And the quality that he appreciates most about Haridas Thakur is that he does both. Apane achare kiha nakare prachara prachara kore na kiha nakare na achara achara prachara namer karha duikarya Tumi sarva guru tumi jagatira arya. Some behave very well but do not preach the cult of Krishna consciousness. whereas others preach but do not behave properly. You simultaneously perform both duties in relation to the holy name, by your personal behavior and by your preaching. Therefore, you are the spiritual master of the entire world, for you are the most advanced devotee in the world. So, and Namacharya, right? He is the Acharya, he is the example, because he exemplified both things. And someone will say, well, when was he preaching? He was chanting 300,000 names of Krishna a day, so how could he physically find the time to preach? But we see in 2 or 3 pastimes that Haridas Thakur, when the prostitute comes to try to entice him, he knows that the prostitute is coming before she even comes, and the best thing for him is to leave the place before she comes to try to entice him. But he says, no, I waited here just for you. He says, I stayed here. I knew Ramachandra Khan is sending you to sully my name, and the best thing would be just to be out of sight, you know. There's always a chance something could be sullied if you have a prostitute around you. But he said, but no, I stayed here just for you. And for 3 days he stays there when she listens, and then she becomes a devotee, a pure devotee of the Lord, just by listening to his chanting. And then she begs for forgiveness, she starts to cry, and he says, yes, just to change your heart, just to liberate you, I stayed here. So his quality of Jivadvaya was there. And this is the quality of Paradukha Dukhi. I want only to stay among all the living entities and suffer all the distresses on their behalf, so that they may be freed from suffering. Vasudeva Datta, so this is actually a verse from the Bhagavatam. This was spoken by King Rantidev. I want to stay here and suffer all their distresses. And Prabhupada writes in the purport that Vasudeva Datta was the most dear to the Lord because of this quality. This is the purport. I am only Vasudeva Datta's man, Lord Chaitanya says. My body is only meant to please Vasudeva Datta, and he can sell me anywhere. Thrice Lord Chaitanya vowed that this was a fact, and that no one should disbelieve these statements. I tell you the truth, my body is especially meant for Vasudeva Datta. So, Lord Chaitanya was so pleased with Vasudeva Datta, who said the same thing, that I want to stay here and suffer the distresses of all the living entities, and my Lord, you free them, I will stay back. He says that therefore Vasudeva Datta can sell me anywhere. So this is the devotee, this is the quality of a devotee. This is why the devotee can give Krishna to anyone. It's like they can literally, it's in their pocket, they can give Krishna to anyone because they are embodying this same mood. And they have this same mood, therefore it's in their power to do so. So many of us, including myself, this is my deep realization, may be very concerned that our chanting is not getting pure. And so what to do? Will we go back to Godhead or not? How do we get there? What do we do? Will we ever reach Krishna or not? So for our assurance, Prabhupada said, this is a nice exchange. One devotee asked Srila Prabhupada, and this applies to any form of Sankirtan, but this quote particularly talks about book distribution, but it's an inspiration to any form of this mercy movement. Prabhupada says, if we die on Sankirtan, we will go back home, back to Godhead. One devotee asked, Prabhupada, if we die on Sankirtan, will we go back home, back to Godhead? Prabhupada said, whatever state of mind one is in at the time of death, that state you will attain. If you think of Krishna and you die on Sankirtan, you go back to Godhead. If you don't think of him, then maybe not. Prabhupada is giving Krishna's response. Everyone in the room sighed. Oh, no hope for us. Then Srila Prabhupada said, but I promise you this, if you distribute my books until your dying day, Lord Chaitanya will personally come and take you back home, back to Godhead. So we see that Haridas Thakur, his life, that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally came and lifted his body, took him back home, back to Godhead. So he is the living proof, he's the example that that anyone who is doing this, what Lord Chaitanya is so pleased by, right? Taking the holy name, teaching others about the holy name, was carried by the Lord himself, and they have less to worry. So finally, the religious practice for the age of Kali is to broadcast the glories of the holy name. Only for this purpose has the Lord, in a yellow color, descended as Lord Chaitanya. And what's the price we must pay? In the Harinam Chintamani, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he tells us, let's see, this is so beautiful. This book is like so amazing. It's so heart-opening, very highly recommended. He says, this is quoting from the book, he chants a prescribed number of holy names on tulsi beads, or he does kirtan with great love and respect. He begins by chanting one grantha, 4 rounds of holy names. Gradually he comes to chant 300,000 holy names, right? Obviously, right? We go from 16 to 32 to 64. Most of you are probably doing 128, and then we come to 192. So he's saying gradually he comes to 300,000 names. Then all the desires of his heart become fulfilled. One should chant the holy name a fixed number of times. Then the holy name blissfully dances on all one's senses. The 9 processes of devotional service take shelter of the holy name. Still, chanting and remembering the holy name is the best of them all. So, there's one very nice short story that one time Srila Prabhupada was in Vrindavan. These was his final days. He was very ill, and these were final conversations with his disciples. So His Holiness Bhakti Swarup Damodar Maharaj was there. And he was Srila Prabhupada's scientific preacher, right? He was a PhD in biology, and he would come and tell Prabhupada what the scientists are saying. Prabhupada would respond. So he came to Prabhupada, and he had done a big conference with all the different scientists. And Srila Prabhupada was very pleased. So Prabhupada asked him, while he's so ill, he could hardly speak, he was lying down, and he asked Bhakti Swarup Damodar, so what were their arguments? What were the scientists' arguments? What were they saying? And Bhakti Swarup Damodar Maharaj starts to tell the arguments that they were saying about this. And Prabhupada said, what did you respond? And he said, this is what I responded. And Srila Prabhupada is really into this conversation. And at that time, Tamal Krishna Maharaj, who was Prabhupada's taking care of him, his servant, he started to become concerned that this is becoming too exhausting for Srila Prabhupada. It's like, talking is exhausting. And he was in such fragile condition. So he interjected and he said, Prabhupada, perhaps it's time for some kirtan. We can just do some kirtan. And Prabhupada stopped him and he said, this is also kirtan. Why you are saying to do kirtan? This is also kirtan. So Daivi Shakti Mataji, who tells this story about Prabhupada, she says, her title of her talk is that all devotional service, all forms of devotional service are kirtan. Right? If they're meant to serve the kirtan mission, then they're kirtan. And Prabhupada thought that how am I going to distribute this marketplace of the holy name? Right? How am I going to take the holy name and get it in people's homes, and put it all around the world? Because if it's a vibration, a sound vibration, people hear it and then they may not keep it, they forget it. And so all aspects of his movement were means of packaging the holy name and marketing it, right? This is a very American concept. The same thing but in a different package. And when there's a shortage in sales of a product, they don't improve the product, they improve the packaging. Yeah, you make the packaging better. So that's the same idea. You have to package it in different ways. And one way, very effective way of packaging it was in the form of his books. And this is why book distribution, Prabhupada has 7 purposes of ISKCON, and the first 2 are about education, literature, the distribution of literature. And number 4 is kirtan, congregational chanting of the holy name. And I was wondering, why is this number 4? It could be number 1. Because that is kirtan. Right? But he was thinking, how will that congregational chanting be done? Well, it will be done by the medium of education, places of education, books of education so that people get the knowledge, they can keep it in, they can get the holy name in a form that they can keep it in their bookshelf, they can keep it somewhere and refer back to it, and they can get convinced to chant. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur is saying the same thing here. All 9 processes of devotional service take shelter of the holy name. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says in this same book, he says, if one does deity worship very nicely, he gets the results of chanting the holy name. Because the deity worship involves chanting the mantras, it's absorption in the Lord. Archana, 9 processes, right? But still, chanting and remembering the holy name has to be the core of it, right? Maharaj shared that verse this morning, that our japa is the food for the person on the spiritual path. So the actual japa is the food. So you need the food in order to do anything else. And so final slide, this is truly the final slide. He says, full faith that Lord Krishna is not different from his holy name. Shunning the 10 offenses and residing in a secluded place, the chanter of the holy name will find that after very few days, Lord Krishna will become merciful and appear in his handsome dark form before him. Again, very few days. So, most of this book is about the 10 offenses. And you think, oh, this is not really about the holy name. The whole book is about 10 offenses. Because what he's saying is just avoid these 10 offenses. And in a very few days, you will see the Lord. When by his practice sadhana one sees that the Lord's name and form are identical, then at every moment the Lord's form is visible in his name in one's heart. After some days, Lord Krishna's transcendental qualities are visible in his form. Then by meditating on Lord Krishna's name, one sees his qualities. Okay, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki. So we have about 10 minutes for comments, reflections, questions. Okay, very good, nice, wonderful. So I first saw Akhandanam Prabhu's hand go up. Maybe Akhandanam Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, thank you for the class. I have 2 questions.
Yes.
One was about, so you spoke about the importance of giving the holy name, outreach.
Yes.
And I see that wonderfully happening here. I see that in ISV when we were staying there. Practical question for me is, how do we balance between the idea of in-reach, cultivating our soul, versus outreach? If we're doing outreach, it might come at the cost of sadhana or family time or whatever.
Yes.
So I just wanted your perspective on that.
Yes. So actually that's what was a small revelation for myself also in reading Bhaktivinoda Thakur's works, that he identifies both of those things, right? He says Jeev Dvaya and Vaishnav Seva as 2 separate things. And he clarifies that, okay, Jeev Dvaya, by this I mean outreach, like you're saying. And by Vaishnav Seva, I mean in-reach. So often, rightfully so, we feel that, well, cultivating, improving our spiritual life and other devotees' spiritual life is the right thing to do, and that is the right thing to do. But Bhaktivinoda Thakur is telling us that we must do that, but also do this. Do the Jiva. So the way I read it, he's saying whatever time we have, share that time between both of those things. So we must take care of our devotees, we must take care of our own spiritual life, we must take care of our family, we must take care of our services. But in doing that, we also have to take time out for Harinam Sankirtan, going out, and it's different for different people. And I think that's where the spiritual master comes in. That's where Srila Prabhupada's words come in, that we have to read them and imbibe ourselves that, this is what Prabhupada wanted, how much did he want it, how much can I invest myself based on my stage in life also. Yes.
Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you. Second question I had was, we hear that in this age of Kali, japa or chanting is the supreme process. Even versus the other processes, such as kirtan, for example.
Yes.
And I know you just spoke about
this aspect
of kirtan is also important.
Yes,
But just
yes.
thinking from a youth perspective,
Yes,
Kirtan attracts
yes,
them easily, myself, as we were growing up.
yes.
But is there like a sort of like a simple way of explaining, but why is japa like just
Yes.
a necessity?
So, japa is not the most, what's the word that you had used? It was, kirtan is the most what? The most, yeah, it's the most, you use a specific word, the most important, or something like that, you said?
I was thinking, we hear that japa is the most
Yes.
superior process.
Yes.
out of
Okay,
virtual-
yeah, that's the thing. So japa is not Lord Chaitanya's, you could say somehow, it's not the, Sankirtan, right? But japa is the most essential process. Meaning that it's the most important one. Krishna says, Yagyanam japa yagyosmi. Why? Because it's the food for all the other processes. Even for kirtan, even for, you think, well, kirtan is also the holy name. Even for doing kirtan in the temple, chanting, dancing, japa is food for that. Because Krishna says so, not because we said, Yagyanam japa yagyosmi. Among all sacrifices, I am japa. What he's saying is that all the other sacrifices that we will do will inhere on our japa. And so that's why japa is the most important. Now, I'm kind of, not trying to, I don't have any, you could say, agenda in sharing this quote. But just to show the diversity of Prabhupada's statements, Prabhupada says, so I'm always emphasizing book distribution. It is the better kirtan. It is better than chanting. Of course, chanting should not stop, but book distribution is the best kirtan. So, yes, kirtan is Lord Chaitanya's mission, but Prabhupada is telling us what is kirtan. He has sometimes another form of kirtan is as much kirtan or even more kirtan than the obvious form of kirtan. Yes, thank you. Next question. Rahul, yeah, okay.
Krishna Prabhu.
Yes.
Oh, this is not question, this is confusion.
Okay.
So confusion is every day. In 10 utensils, 9 utensils very don't instruct the faithless person to follow the holy.
Yes.
Right? And in Bhagavad Gita also, Krishna says, don't instruct this conversation to the faithless person.
Yes.
So this instruction from the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, chant and distribute chanting.
Right.
So how the person can understand when you are approaching someone, the faithless
Yes.
are not faithless?
It's such a nice question. It's Lord Chaitanya said, chant and teach others about chanting. And how, when we meet someone, can we know is that person a faithless person or not a faithless person? Because the ninth offense of the holy name is don't instruct the holy name to a faithless person. So, Bhaktivinoda Thakur in the same book, Harinam Chintamani, he tells it very nicely. He says, we must give the holy name to everyone, including the faithless person. But we should not tell the glories of the holy name to everyone, especially the faithless person, because they will misuse it. So for example, we don't discuss the Rasa Leela with them. Because discussing the Rasa Leela is telling them about the glories of the holy name, Krishna's internal things. Similarly, we don't tell them this holy name is, Krishna's Hladini Shakti, or, like those things, because they will misuse it. But we have to give it to everyone. And that is the devotee, yes.
I've heard devotees say the first 25 years of life is all about education, no contribution whatsoever. Maybe you could speak on that.
I see. Very interesting. So this doesn't apply to the first 25 years. That's the question. That's the challenge. It is primarily, it's true that it's primarily one of learning, right? Of gaining, of soaking in, of learning spiritual life. But one of the key principles with that same definition, which everyone will agree, is that in that age, one of the key services of the student is to assist, help the guru, the teacher. So not just up to the age of 25, for most of us, engaging in this preaching movement means helping those who are engaged in the preaching movement. So yes, it's not our role because we ourselves are not developed enough to preach Krishna consciousness. We cannot do it. So you actually bring up a very good point. What does it mean for us? For us, it means helping those who are doing it. Right? We are not qualified to preach, but Prabhupada is. So therefore, we are giving Prabhupada's words to others. We're giving his books to others. We're not giving our books to others. So a student cannot be there, yes, but the student can help the spiritual master, and when they help the spiritual master, then they are sharing that knowledge. Yes. Yes, one question here, and then maybe the last one. Yeah, that's in there.
Thank you, Prabhu, for a very beautiful class. On your point, the point of giving Krishna or the holy name to others is the best form is book distribution. And when we go on Sankirtan, there's sometimes reluctance in accepting or even rejection. So are we fulfilling our mission for personally? We're making an attempt. Will that contribute to fulfilling our mission of giving Krishna?
Yes, of course. The main thing is the attempt. We have to make the effort. The result is in Krishna's hands. So Lord Chaitanya, Srila Prabhupada are pleased by the effort. His instruction is we have to make the effort. But the result is in his hands. So we'll end here and we'll talk afterwards more. Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki! Srila Prabhupada ki! Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Aarti and then class at 6:30.
That I just push it down. Its mic is too high. Little lower. थोड़ा कम. विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले स्वामिनिति नामिने नमः विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्ता स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यादिशतारिणे
शिव जय जय गोरा चंदे आरती की शोभा जनवीतटवाने जगमन लोभा शिव जय जय गौरा चंदे आरती के शोभा शिव जय जय गौर चंदे आरती के शोभा जनवीतटवाने जगमन लोभा शिव दक्षिणनिताय चान भामे गदधारा निकटे अद्वैताश्रिणी वासछत्रधारा शिव बोसी अच्छे गौराचा रत्न सिंहासने शिव बोसी अच्छे गौराचा भामे गदधारा आरती करे ना ब्रह्मा आदिदेव गाए शिव नर हरि आदि कोरी चमर धुलाया शिव नर हरि आदि कोरी चमर धुलाया संजया मुकुंदा वासु घोषादि गाए शिव शंखा बजे घंटा बाजे बाजे करताला शिव शंकर बाजे घंटा बाजे बाजे करताला मधुरा मृदंगा बाजे परम रसाला घंटा बाजे मधुर 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 बाजे शंख बाजे घंटा बाजे मधुर 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 बाजे शंख बाजे घंटा बाजे मधुर 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 बाजे शंख बाजे घंटा बाजे मधुर 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 बाजे माधुर 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 बाजे माधुर 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 बाजे जय गौर निताय गौर निताय गौर निताय जय गौर निताय जय गौर निताय गौर निताय गौर निताय जय गौर निताय हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल नित्य गौर हरि बोल शिव बहु कोटि चंद्र जीनी वदन उज्वाला शिव बहु कोटि चंद्र जीनी वदन उज्वाला गलदे सेवना माला कोर झलमाला शिव शिव शुक नारद प्रेमी गद गदा शिव शिव शुक नारद प्रेमी गद गदा अकति विनोदा देखे दोरर संपादा की जय गोरा चंदे आरती के शोभा जनवी तटवाने जगमान लोभा नवी तटवाने जगमान लोभा गौरंगे आरती शोभा जग जन मन 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 लोभा शोभा जग जन मान लोभा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे जय राधा श्याम सुंदर राधा श्याम सुंदर राधे जय राधा श्याम सुंदर राधा श्याम सुंदर राधे जय गौरंगो 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 जय गौरंगो जय राधा माधव राधे
Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parvijayacharya Ashtotra Shadashimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parvijayacharya Ashtotra Shadashimad His Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishravinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. ISKCON Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंदा श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की जय। श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोपनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरी गोवर्धन की जय। श्री वृंदावन धाम की जय, मथुरा धाम की जय, मायापुर नवद्वीप धाम की जय, जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की जय, गंगामय यमुनामय की जय, भक्ति देवी तुलसी देवी की जय, संगीत यज्ञ की जय, बृहद मृदंग की जय, सामवेद भक्त वृंद की जय। Most merciful, most beautiful deities, Shri Shri Radha Shyam Sundar की जय। श्री गौरंग महाप्रभु की जय। श्री श्री राधा माधव की जय। Nithaya Gaura Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories, all glories, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga.
ललिता हिरण्यकशिपु तनुभृङ्गा केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे कर कर कमल हरे नरहरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय नरसिंह देव जयलक्ष्मी शिरोमणि प्रहलाद महाराज की गाय गौर प्रेमानंदे।
Spirit of India.
Nandana Brajajanarandana Jasodhanandana Brajajanarandana Jamana Hiravana Yadi Syamasundar Shadi Jai Radha Madhava Kunyavi Hari Jai Radha Madhava Kunyavi Hari Gopijana Vallabha Girivardhari Gopijana Vallabha Girivardhari Yasodhanandana Brajajanarandana Yasodhanandana Brajajanarandana Yamunatiravana Yadi Yamunatiravana Yadi Madhava Kunyavi Hadi Radha Madhava Kunyavi Hadi Jai Mishtapad Paramahansa Parivijagacharya Astatara Satasi Simad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda Ki Gaur Premanandi. This little one's got a front row seat. Is she attentive or easily distracted? Attentive? Okay. Let's see. There are devotees in the audience from the East Coast and the West Coast and in between. So those of you from East Coast and West Coast, welcome. Those of you in between, welcome. And I was thinking on the way over here, there's other options. I met some devotees that are going to an annual festival that's held in New Vrindavan, and there's an annual festival held in Gitanagari, and I'm sure there's other festivals in other places. So you're here because you want to be here, and I'm happy you're here. Our mission is to see together if we can move closer to becoming attached to Krishna, specifically attached to Krishna's holy name. So far, we've covered two topics that touched on many things. The first topic was the 7 excellences in chanting, which was just a review of Shikshastika 1. And we didn't get to the finish line, but we covered the Anartha Nivritti section and the Nishtha section, and we started peeking at the Bhava section, and we ran out of time. And some of the messages that were from that part 1 were carried over in part 2. And part 2 was chanting with quality, which is a bold statement, but it's simply the statement of Hari Bhakti Vilas, or our celebrated Acharya Sanatana Goswami and Gopal Bhatta Goswami, and the things that they had to say. And we're going to make reference again to some of the things that they had to say, because one of the things they had to say was, when chanting, to go from mediocrity to more quality, is as you're making the sound, as you're chanting the mantra, you're meditating on, absorbed in the meaning of that sound. Mantrartha haranam, if you remember that phrase. So this topic is chanting with respect, requires having some sense of respect of what? So that's what the mantra is, or what the sound vibration is. So with respect, we're looking up to something, and that something, the more clearly identified that something is, the better the chances we're going to sustain that respect and not get deviated by the wandering mind. So there was a document that was supposed to have been circulated that has two terms. Adhara, that's Adhara, and Audinam, which are the two terms that Rupa Goswami uses, and there are different Sanskrit phrases that say the same thing, but two essential elements that help one get to the position where there's taste or ruchi for the chanting of the holy name. So Nectar of Instruction, text number 7, we'll be discussing that during this class. But respect, now Rupa Goswami, or at least probably, he has used the word adara, adarat, with the grammatical ending, adarat, to indicate how we should regard the holy name with respect. The way that Prabhupada has translated it is carefully chanting. Carefully. So the different English translation, but that's the purpose is of this time together, and the document that you received is to look from different angles at what adara means. What does respect for the holy name mean? Respect for anything. What does it mean? And not just, rubber stamp or cosmetic or complacently go through, but how to go beyond mediocrity, or the position that we discussed a little bit in the morning class, still chanting, still reading, but barely changing, which may very well identify a number of us who have been chanting for some time, however long that time is, and doing the hearing and chanting, but not feeling the transformation that we understand should be happening, we wish could be happening, and we're kind of stuck or in a mediocrity path of bhakti. So how to move beyond it? That's our intention for these 3 sessions. Now, some of you may know that there's been an effort for some number of years now to gather people via social media that don't know anything about Krishna, bhakti. So a devotee and some people helping that devotee have come up with a brand, and they call it Body, Mind, Spirit Festival. And one of the Body, Mind, Spirit Festival themes was this theme: respect, the fabric of relationships. So there's 4 parts of the main speaking, and then there's everything and everything and everything connected to that theme. But relationships are important to everyone, and people that don't know Krishna Bhakti, they also want, we're social beings. We want to love and be loved. It's just part of who we are, and that doesn't always work out. So how to have relationships that work out? So a fundamental element is respect. There's the conventional sense of respect. Here's one, Prabhupada saying in a room conversation in Rome, even if an enemy comes to your home, he should be offered respect. So that's pretty basic. And then there are persons who are beyond just us fellows, ladies and gentlemen. There are people that are very cultured, highly cultured people. They understand the function and the part of culture that respect plays. A nice example illustrated in this painting, on the right side, that's the blind Dhritarashtra. In the center, that's Vyasadeva seated on a tiger skin or a deer skin, and on the left side is Yudhisthira. Now Yudhisthira pays a visit to Dhritarashtra before the Kurukshetra battle, and when he comes before Dhritarashtra, although Yudhisthira knows all the skullduggery and horrible, at least sanctioning what Duryodhana did, everything that Duryodhana did went first to Dad. And Dad didn't say no. Well, sometimes he said no, but Dhritarashtra had a little fit, and so he became silent. Dhritarashtra is in knowledge of all of the bad things that Duryodhana did. And Yudhisthira knew it. And yet Yudhisthira, when coming before that person who had done so many attempted murder and many, many bad things, he offered him all respect. Now, cultured people will do that. Those persons that don't have no culture, they don't know that. The cultured people know that. A nice example from Chaitanya Charitamrita is shown in this image. The image is Keshava Kashmiri. He's called Kashmiri because he's from Kashmir. And he's called Keshava because that was his given name. And Keshava Kashmiri was what was known at the time as a Digvijay Pandit, which means he got his big bag full of knowledge and traveled around and would challenge people in debate and show his prowess in debate and defeat somebody else, and then he'd be a celebrity, and then he'd go to the next place and debate, and that was his thing. And he was an ardent worshipper of the goddess of learning, Saraswati, so much so that the goddess of learning, Saraswati, never let him down. So whenever he got in a debate and got into a hot spot, Goddess Saraswati was there to help him. So he came to Navadvip. This is described in some length in Chaitanya Charitamrita. So I'll just tell the story quickly, but because it's a nice story. I can't refrain from all storytelling. Storytelling is nice. Does she like stories? She's restless. Okay. I don't blame her. So, when he came to Navadvip, Lavadvip was one of those, it's like, a seat of, it was like Harvard or MIT. It's like, a seat of high learning. The whole place, well known for scholarship. And here comes the big Keshava Kashmiri looking for a boxing match. So they decided amongst themselves, let Nimai Pandit discuss with him, and if he defeats Nimai Pandit, we have a second chance. And if Nimai Pandit defeats him, then, we're even celebrated more because he's just a kid, he's just a youngster. So as it happened one day, Keshava Kashmiri happened to pass by near the Ganga, and as they were passing near the Ganga, there was Nimai Pandit with his students. That's what's in the painting on the right side. And on the left side of the painting is Keshava Kashmiri with his entourage that were traveling with him. So Nimai Pandit knew very well that Keshava Kashmiri was very proud, and despite he was very proud, he offered him all respect and all the formalities that cultured people offered respect to an elder, learned person. So he said, I heard you're a big scholar and you're very good at poetry. Could you compose some poetry, a poem in honor of Mother Ganges? Behind them, that's Mother Ganges. Oh, sure, I can compose Sanskrit poetry, no problem. Spontaneously, he composed 100 verses in Sanskrit glorifying Mother Ganges. According to Chaitanya Charitamrita, blowing like the wind, just like non-stop. How was that? Did you like my poetry? And Nimai said, could you describe to us the qualities and the faults of your poetry? Well, all qualities and no faults. And Nimai Pandit said, may I ask you about verse number 64? He said, what do you mean, verse number 64? Then Nimai Pandit recited back verse number 64, verbatim. And Keshava Kashmiri said, how did you remember word for word verse number 64? And Nimai said, some people are gifted with speech, some people are gifted with memory. Can you tell me the qualities and the faults of verse number 64? Well, there's all qualities and no faults. And then Nimai pointed out the errors, grammatical errors and poetic rule errors and things that, a grammar student may know the grammatical errors, but not poetic composition errors. And Keshava Kashmiri was stunned. And unlike him, he was speechless. And as he was speechless, right behind him, Nimai Pandit's students started laughing. And he said, no, he's a great personality, don't laugh. Continuing to show respect, knowing that he's just, puffy-wuffy, very proud fellow. So Keshava Kashmiri was tail between his legs. He was very embarrassed and he left. That night when he was asleep, the goddess Saraswati appeared to him in his dream and said, the reason I didn't give you the proper words to speak is the person who you were speaking to is my worshipable Lord. And I'm not going to give you the facility for contradicting and defeating my Lord. Rather, you should go to him tomorrow morning, fall at his feet, beg forgiveness, and become his student. And so he did. That's a nice story. Behind the story, the reason for narrating it at all is what cultured people do. Even when they know somebody he's got a problem, personal problem or worse. They're respectful. It's this culture. Another nice example from Chaitanya Charitamrita, Ramachandra Puri. Ramachandra Puri was a godbrother of his spiritual master, Ishwara Puri, and Ramachandra Puri was an offender or a fault finder, put it that way. He found fault even with his guru, Madhavendra Puri. And it was known. He's like, this is a number one fault finder person. And when he came to Jagannath Puri, he was looking for fault, because that's what fault finders do. And he couldn't find any fault, so he invented some fault. The painting was showing there were some ants on the floor of Gambhira. And so he's pointing to the ants saying, aha, you eat too many sweets, that's why all these ants are running around. And the comment, of course, is anyone that's been in India, there's ants here and there, wherever you go. Make the place clean, and sure enough, there's some ants that come, again, looking for whatever they're looking for. So, now it's not just Nimai Pandit, it's Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He offered him all respect, specifically with great attention. Now I'm going to spend a little bit more time on the principle of adharat or adarat, that is, respect for scripture. There's a very nice reference I found, the author unknown, but here's the nice Sanskrit. And you see in highlighted letters, samyak adarat, which is translated as complete respect. And aharaha means daily or regularly or day after day, which is another one of the principles that is found in the teachings of Audinam means regularly, and in Patanjali Yoga system, that they have a different word, Nairantriyam, something like that. So here's the translation. One who drinks, that's in between samyak and adarat, one who drinks day after day with complete regard through the bowl of his raised ears, the flowing honey called Ramayana from the lotus mouth of Valmiki, that person leaves behind samsara, the endless material existence of suffering, birth, disease, old age, calamity, and death, and proceeds towards the eternal abode of Vishnu. So there's a quality. Shri Radha Syamasundar ki. There's the hearing, as we're doing, hearing and chanting. Remember this little hearing and chanting, but not much transformation, not much change. Not much is happening inside that it could be. So we're looking at this principle of respect, because we're chanting every day, but somehow it's not having the transformation effect that we would like to see. And therefore, focus is going to this principle of adarat. Respect, complete regard. In that document, a PDF you should have received, I spent a fair amount of time going through different places where the word adara or adarat appears. And there's different shades of meaning. You'll see that in that document. But so here it's complete regard, respect, and so forth. There's reference to the same principle in hearing Srimad Bhagavatam. you see in colored letters, Adara. By respecting and attentively hearing the recitation of the transcendental qualities of the Supreme Lord, the husband of the goddess of fortune, one can remember his lotus feet. By respecting and attentively hearing. Therefore the theme, chanting with respect. So that's 12th canto, towards the end of the entire Srimad Bhagavatam. By respecting and attentively hearing the recitation of the transcendental qualities of the Supreme Lord. So hear in a qualitative way. Hear regularly and hear with regard and respect. This is taken from Gita Mahatmya, the section of Padma Purana that deals with glorification of Bhagavad Gita. Here's the Sanskrit, you see, Sa Adarat, with great reverence and respect. One who, with respect and devotion, and according to scriptural regulations, makes a gift of this holy book, the Gita, such a person enjoys transcendental happiness. So there's benedictions or pala of the stuti, but there's a quality with respect and devotion. Then the negative, there's disrespect. So to understand something, you can understand what that something isn't. There's disrespect. Here's Jiva Goswami speaking or writing in Bhakti Sandarbha about the root cause of offense, aparad. The root cause of aparad is disrespect, anadarat. All varieties of aparads consist of anadara, disrespect, or the absence of respect. Because the absence of respect is just a shade of disrespect. Supposing, for example, very simple, supposing someone comes to see you, and just ignore them. That's not cultured people, don't do that. It's disrespectful. So some acknowledgement, even if you're busy, some acknowledgement, please. But the absence of respect is a type of disrespect. So the same when we're chanting, we're calling Krishna's name. Something sound is coming, but our attention, our adara, our respect is elsewhere. It's inattention while chanting the holy name, which we hear elsewhere that, that's the 11th offense, or the offense that brings about all the other offenses. So that's what we're speaking about. That's why we're speaking about adara, or respect. The term disrespect, apa, radha. Apa means that which drives away, and radha, which is different than radha, but radha is one's desired perfection. So that which drives away one's desired perfection is aparad. And anadara leads to aparad. Clear? I'll leave it on the screen so you can drink it in. Bring it in and be very clear. So what we want is respect for the name, with respect for Krishna, because we heard it's important to, while making the sound, while chanting the mantra, to meditate on, become aware of, immerse yourself in the meaning of the mantra. So with the meaning of the mantra, then there can be proper respect for the mantra. There's this phrase we heard already this morning, mantrartha chintanam, meditating on both the meaning, then also the power and value. I'm repeating some points from this morning because it fits into this evening's discussion. Chanting with respect. And why should we have some respect for the chanting of the holy name? We heard this one. I like this one, so I'm repeating it. Rupa Goswami's Namastaka. even liberated souls worship the holy name because now even Namabhas destroys all types of miseries. We heard there's the word in the Sanskrit from Namastika number 2. Tvam anadarad, that's the opposite. This is disrespect. If someone utters even with negligence, anadarad, you destroy his severe material miseries. This is your mighty power. Even if one doesn't have the proper regard or respect, the name is very powerful. What to speak of if it's direct or with respect. So that's the topic. He carries on, this is his own explanation. Your excellence is such that even if your name is chanted only once and without respect, that is to indicate something else, with these different categories of namabhas, joking and so forth. The so forth is this hela namabhas, chanting neglectfully. Some of you are familiar, some of you may not be familiar. There are categories of namabhas. One of the places you can read about it is Harinam Chintamani. Harinam Chintamani goes into the anatomy of many things, including different categories of namabhas, as opposed to Shuddhanam. So it's nice, get your checklist and check out, am I chanting with Shuddhanam or namabhas? Generally it's namabhas, and it's one of these categories. Still, even without respect, or hela namabhas, all fearsome, the most fearsome sins, even the sinful thoughts, the power is there to do that. And then we heard this morning, it's the same, this other verse, mantra to chintanam, same verse from Hari Bhakti Vilas. Meditate in addition to the power of the value, meditate on the meaning. We heard of the text written by Gopal Guru. One of the documents you should have received is a translation of more of his writing on this topic. If you're interested, you can read what Gopal Guru Goswami said about his explanation of Vyakya, about the Hare Krishna mantra and its meaning and so forth. Now these two terms that this evening's topic is about, this respect, largely comes from, it's inspired by Upadesha Amrita Rupa Goswami's writing. This is text number 7. And there you see in bold letters, Adarad and Audinam. Anudinam. So, Prabhupada's translation, carefully, Adarat, and every day, Audinam. So we're doing the everyday, most of us, and the carefully is where it needs some strength, or the adarat. Now the verse is saying that although the taste of misri or rock candy, or sita is the word that's used in the first line, the sita, the rock candy, is sweet, is concentrated sweet, but for one who has jaundice it tastes bitter. And if anyone I had jaundice and I wanted to check it out. Sure enough, it tastes bitter. Sure enough, it tastes bitter. But I kept chewing it because I knew it was the remedy. And the jaundice went away and the sweet taste, the tongue could taste it instead of bitter. So the holy name is like that. It is actually very sweet, but avidya covers the taste. So how to get rid of avidya? The best way to get rid of avidya is bhakti. Not just study lots of books, but bhakti, because bhakti gives rise to knowledge and detachment. And then it's not just a covering, it's the nature of the soul becomes awakened. Here's some other examples of this respect or adara. In the painting, this is Gopakumar, and he had this natural respect for one Brahmin sadhu that he saw moving about here and there in Vrindavan. And he approached the Brahmin and requested the Brahmana for his mantra. And he gave the mantra. The Madan Gopal mantra, the same Madan Gopal mantra that Lord Brahma received and that we received in disciplic succession, same. So he worshipped Madan Gopal and worshipped the mantra, and as a result, he went to the spiritual world and was embraced by Madan Gopal in a cowherd boy rasa. In this painting, this is Haridas Thakur holding beads and looking at Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the assembly of Vaishnavas in Puri, and he's saying to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you are living within a society of great, great brahmanas and aristocrats, but without fear or shame you adore or give respect to a lower class man like me. Now, adore is the word that Prabhupada used in his translation, but it's the Sanskrit is this adara. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu respected Haridas Thakur, not because of his birth or education or material qualification, his wealth, his position in society. He had respect for him, specifically in terms of his chanting. In Chaitanya Bhagavat, during Nimai Pandit's early days, he was a teacher, just a young fellow, but because he's the personality of Godhead and had the traits and characteristics of a very wonderful person, sometimes the Lord sat on the bank of the Ganges, sometimes he wandered the streets of Navadvip. Whenever the residents saw the Lord, they would welcome him with great respect. You get the point. There's a couple more. It's part of culture. It's part of a person has character and refined character. They'll respect others naturally. And then comes transcendental respect for a transcendentalist. And one who is the object, in this case it's Chaitanya Mahaprabhu or Nimai Pandit, they're respecting him because he is of his character and quality. What to speak of the holy name? Which builds on the class from this morning, Mantrartha Chintanam. From Jaiva Dharma, this is the last on this Adara topic. He writes, Adara, to give honor and adoration, sprouts from Gaurava, respect, which makes them interdependent. He's bringing in another term, Gaurava. When someone accepts a trusted person as guru, Gaurava means the respected emotion that manifests from such an attitude. This awed respect is synonymous with adara. Clear? So as one should and naturally will have respect for Guru, one should and will naturally have respect for the holy name. And sometimes there's unsteadiness in both for different reasons. You know, it's not the object, it's the subject regarding the object. The difficulty is on this side. And that's where the fine-tuning is required. The audinam, anudinam, this is the other term used by Rupa Goswami in Nectar of Instruction, text number 7, an very important verse that concludes the verses that are up to but not yet touching the Bhava Bhakti stage. So I'll assume most of us are not yet in the Bhava Bhakti stage, and we need to pay attention to how to get there. So therefore these two terms, anudinam, every day, and with great respect. So here's an image of Patanjali Muni. You saw this one this morning. This is when he lived, mid-2nd century BC, so it's way before Mahaprabhu appeared and the 6 Goswamis after that. He's celebrated for the Yoga Sutras. Now those persons that are students of his, even today, Patanjali Yoga Sutras, though that group of students of his, they understand him to be an expansion of Ananta Shesh. So that's okay. And whether he's an expansion of Ananta Shesh or not, his understandings, his teachings are widely appreciated and respected. So in the first chapter, these 23 verses are often referred to even amongst Vaishnava circles, and it's meditative absorption. And in the first 23, here's number 14. And there's 3 terms that we should become familiar with. Nairantriyam, Nairantarya, sounds like Nirantar. Nairantarya, same dhatu. So it means regularly. Practice, or it's a definition of what devotional practice is in the Ashtanga Yoga system, but it applies to any yoga system. Practice means it becomes firmly established when it has been cultivated Nairantarya, that's it, every day or regularly, uninterruptedly, that's how it's translated here, with respect, so that with respect is dirgha kala, and reverence and devotion, prolonged period of time is dirgha kala, with respect. So all these terms are used by our Gaudiya Vaishnava acharyas, and used, a source of them is Patanjali, and Patanjali didn't create something out of the air. It's just standard understanding. When in this being patient, it means that results may not come quickly. And for results to come, it's a bestowal from the Supreme, or the Nama Prabhu may bestow upon us whatever he wants to bestow. Like we discussed this morning, you can't hurry Krishna. And when that enthusiasm becomes very dramatic, or the adara, or respect, becomes amplified, it can become greediness, but not the material greediness, but spiritual, with enthusiasm, respect, reaching higher standards. Instead of unsteady, steady. In addition to steady, it becomes fixed. In addition to fixed, it becomes amplified. But it's all rooted in this phrase, adara. You with me? To go to higher stages of bhakti, respect is needed. When you're in higher stages of bhakti, respect is there. It just has a different name. And that different name that's known, it's in Rupa Goswami's writings, and others who write from Rupa Goswami's writings, laulyam, intense eagerness. Here is Rupa Goswami being cited and also found in Padyavali. You see in red letters, laulyam. Pure devotional service cannot be had even by pious activity in hundreds and thousands of lives. It can be attained only by paying one price, that is, intense greed to obtain it. Now, it's important to understand the context that greed has a foundation, and that's adara. And as adara becomes very focused and amplified, it becomes greed. And that's how to achieve pure devotional service. And there isn't another method. If it is available somewhere, one must purchase it without delay. Same understanding, Rupa Goswami's Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. Lalasamayi means desiring some perfectional stage. If you remember, that I'll remind you. What we heard in Hari Bhakti Vilas specifically is how to chant in such a way that you can achieve the perfectional stage. Japa Sampati. How to achieve the perfectional stage. Desiring that perfectional stage, or very eagerly desiring to go to one's natural position, one may come to the stage of perfection. Last slide. If one develops laulyam or excessive eagerness for meeting and serving the Lord in a particular way, that is the price to enter into the kingdom of God. Otherwise, there's no material calculation for the value of the ticket by which one can enter the kingdom of God. The only price for such entrance is this laulyam, lalasamayi, or desire and great eagerness. The reason for going into this is, this is that section of Shikshastika 1 that we didn't get to, but where our bhakti can take us if we put the foundation principles in the right place and cultivate them carefully. So there's our topic for this evening. I selected 2 particular points because Rupa Goswami selects them. And that's this adarat, or chanting with very carefully, chanting with great respect, with proper regard, with the proper mood towards the name and the activity of chanting. And then cultivate it every day. Nairantarya, if you're a Patanjali follower, or the Rupa Goswami's terminology, every day, every day, every day. So let's go, I like his language, so let's go back to his language. It's a definition of practice. Abhyasa yoga yuktena, chetasananyagamino, celebrated verse. The how-to question, just keep practicing. And practicing in the right way. So here's what practice means. It becomes firmly established when it has been cultivated uninterruptedly, nairantarya, with respect, reverence and devotion, satkara. So he doesn't use adara, he uses satkara. respect, reverence, and devotion. And it can be, the English translation can be whatever it is. For general audiences that may not particularly value the bells and whistles of having the Sanskrit terminology, just they want to understand the principle. So it's something that's done every day for a prolonged period of time with great respect. I say, you have confidence it's going to get you there, get you to where you want to go. This adara or satkara, 3 things. Every day, prolonged period of time, with great respect, or with great confidence. It's going to take you to where you want to go. So, take shelter of the holy name, with confidence that you may be whatever you may be, tiny, insignificant, filled with mistakes and so forth, not very great personality, just a little speck. But you become attached to the holy name, and the holy name will carry you. You take shelter of the holy name. Just do that with great respect. It's going to get you there, to Krishna's abode. Really nice, I'm going to just say one more story and then end. Brihat Bhagavatamrita is fantastic literature for those who like chanting, or those who are chanting and want to understand how to develop that chanting. He had such faith. He had such faith in the name, and he had such faith in his guru that it carried him right to the spiritual world. He went through all kinds of very far-out experiences, but he kept going and kept going and kept going and kept going and kept going, and reached the spiritual world. So his faith and shelter taking in the mantra, and the gift of the mantra given by his guru, he expresses another part of Brihat Bhagavatamrita, like he went to Tapaloka. Where's Tapaloka? Tapaloka is in the upper planetary systems. So we're in this middle range, Bhumandala, earthly realm. Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, Brahmaloka, spiritual world. So he attained the spiritual world, but he made a little pit stop at Tapaloka. And in Tapaloka, what do they do in Tapaloka? It's renunciates only, and they just engage in meditation. And they were so absorbed in meditation, they didn't even acknowledge his presence because they were so absorbed in meditation. And then when they did a meditation break, hey, who are you? Where are you from? Why don't you join our meditation program? And he's just chanting his mantra. And he said, why are you chanting your mantra? The argument was, the purpose of your chanting of your mantra is you have a vision of the Supreme Person, but we have that vision of the Supreme Person all the time. Sign up, join a party, because it's an experience within. So he tried it, and he liked it, but he couldn't stop his chanting his mantra because his reasoning was, I received this mantra, and unless I experience the fullness of the purpose of the mantra, I'd be guilty of ingratitude, because my guru gave me this mantra and I can't stop and receive the fruit of this mantra chanting. I would be ungrateful if I desisted and just went into meditation like with these guys in Tapaloka. So he kept going. And he made it to the spiritual world besides Tapaloka, because Tapaloka is a place within the material world, and the spiritual world is beyond the material world. And the chanting of the holy name can carry us to that place where we belong with Krishna. We somehow took a detour, and here we are. Any discussion? Ooh.
Hare Krishna. Sorry.
Fix the volume. Fix the volume.
Is it too loud?
No, yeah, he has a little control thing on his, sitting on his lap. He can fix it. Go ahead.
Thank you. Maharaj, you were explaining how you were in your slides. It was talking about how greed is synonymous, transcendental greed is synonymous with this respect. There is a similar, and there was a similar slide. I apologize, I don't remember exactly what it was, but the emotion, the spiritual emotion, I forget which emotion that was, that becomes manifest was the word from, I think, from
Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Go ahead.
And then it said that emotion is the respect. And I was thinking about these 2 points, that it made me wonder, the idea of being synonymous. Something causes something else, and then the description is that it is that something else. And then I was juxtaposing that concept with another slide, which you commented on, which was that disrespect leads to aparad.
Yes.
And so, i.e., there is a distinction between disrespect and aparad.
Yes.
So I was just curious, is my question clear?
Yeah. By the way, he's a lawyer. And definitions are very important. Not only in law, but in spiritual life. Definitions, having clarity of this is this and that's that, is important. So I thank you for the question. I forget when, it might have been this morning. There was a question about inattention where it's abhas and inattention where it's aparad. Which is not exactly what your question is, but it's something similar to your question. It's related to your question. So my simple answer was, we're in the stage of namabhas. We're not at Shuddhanam stage. So there's some distraction and other indirect ways of experiencing chanting. It's not Shuddhanam yet. So it's offense if it's just fine, just keep doing like that, just keep doing like that, just keep doing like that. Then it becomes, the disrespect becomes offense. But supposing I know that being distracted and other forms of namabhas it can lead to offense. It can lead to offense. So I want to check that. So intention, the answer I gave this morning was, intention is everything. And intention then has to, action follows. The horse pulls the cart. Intention must be followed by application of that intention. And it's like, we're coming here for the Festival of Holy Name. And that is, the explicitly stated the 4th time, to develop our attachment for Krishna stronger, which means lessening, weakening the attachment for other than Krishna. So the distraction, back to your question, distraction can lead to but it doesn't necessarily can lead to, the disrespect can lead to an offense. But it can also be a springboard to getting closer to respect. Now you wove that into what's on the screen here. This is Bhaktivinoda Thakur from Bhakti Loka. Another name for greed, lovium, in relation to Krishna is adara, or respect. So what I meant to say or explain is the immature stage, the less than mature stage is respect. And as that respect amplifies and becomes heightened and intensified, it becomes. It's like, a tulsi is a tulsi is a seed. B, tulsi is the seed that's planted and sprouts and 2 little leaves come out. C, a tulsi is when not only just 2 little leaves come out, but a whole bunch of leaves come out, that's a tulsi. Or D, when it's the tulsi produces flowers, manjaris, and then whatever the next letter is, E, it becomes another seed on top of the tulsi plant, or all of the above. So a tulsi is all of them. They're different stages. So my point is, my understanding of this point is, the adara, which we're doing to some degree, otherwise we wouldn't be here. We'd be off watching fireworks somewhere. We're here because there's some respect, but it needs to be amplified. And that's the intention of this evening class, is to draw away from other stuff and bring attention and respect from the disrespect to respect. So then that the unwanted part, that's anartha vritti, the unwanted part becomes slackened and the wanted part becomes strengthened. Therefore chanting with respect is the topic. Does that respond? More, there's probably some refinements. Okay. Okay. Subal's a musician, he's not a lawyer.
I don't mind about definitions. Srila Goswami, in this principle of respect, I remember a very impactful instruction that you gave me one time in terms of respect. You say that for our temples to progress, we need to establish a culture of respect.
Yeah.
And remember that you were emphasizing the importance of Vaishnava etiquette, the application, the learning, the application, the embracing Vaishnava etiquette. And also thinking of the Shrushushorsha Dananasya verse that Syam Mahat Sevaya Vipra, that by serving the devotees Vasudeva Katabruchi, we get a taste. We can come to the stage of respect for the transcendental sound. Would you say, or
you're doing a great job. The frame of your question is fantastic. Thank you.
Will be important for come to there, or there's the principle of serving the devotees with respect and with care will bring us, is much easier to bring us to this stage.
Yeah.
Like Gopal, what is it? Gopa Kumar coming to the stage is because of my guru, is because I have that relationship, that I have that type of...
And it has expanding concentric circles going out in terms of how he deals with everybody and everything. Yes. The answer to your question is yes. Would you like to hear something nice? You sure? There are a few devotees in this room that have the idea that we should have a little seminar on Vaishnava etiquette and invite devotees from all around, to come and participate. And so far, there's one additional speaker, Mahatma Prabhu, who has agreed, at least in principle, and we have a date identified. He doesn't, it's like too far away for him to, he penciled it into his calendar. Let's see what happens. But there's some idea to have such a seminar. And right on topic, the topic that you brought up, for us to have communities starts with a culture of respect. And so that's an essence of Vaishnava etiquette. Or say it the flip side, without Vaishnava etiquette, it's chaos. It's cat and dog fight. And somebody in the hot seat at the top having to sort out cat and dog fights. Or even just petty squabbles. And it goes on. The cure is, you hit it. Culture of respect. We build our communities on the basis of respect. Any relationship, communities, or one person, another person, or husband and wife, or anyone. Without respect, it's chaos. You don't have a relationship. Or, because same message to this body, mind, spirit group is the fabric of any relationship. Respect. It's a nice topic. It's a nice topic. Anyone else? Oh.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. Thank you very much for the fantastic class on two most fundamental qualities, improving factors. Thank you so much for that. There was one slide on which it is mentioned that which in a way goes in opposite direction of Adara. It says that there is so much power in your name that if somebody utters it even once with aparad. Yes, that's the one. Maharaj, my question, I have two questions. First question is, how to understand this statement as a whole?
Which one?
This one.
How to understand it as a whole?
Yes.
Well, could you expand your question, because I don't understand your question?
Yeah, the last part of it, it says, jokingly and so forth, it completely destroys the most fearsome of sins and even sinful thoughts.
Yeah.
And in my personal understanding, I am not, I don't think it happens with me, at least, that I have chanted name even once, and that too without respect, and I'm rid of all sins and even sinful thoughts.
We had this discussion earlier. Maybe you weren't here, or you fell asleep or something. Namabhas, because this is just a repeat of something we saw this morning. Namastika number 2 from Rupa Goswami. Namabhas has the power to eradicate the reactions of sins. So if someone is experiencing some difficulty, we all experience difficulty, we should understand philosophically, it's not prarabdha karma. Because prarabdha karma is wiped out by namabhas, by this. Now, even sinful thoughts, that's on this more subtle plane, but the potency, it's like, this morning, there was a fair amount of clouds in the sky, but light was coming through. So that's like Namabas, the light of the sun. It's not night. So the potency is there for the darkness of night to be dispelled. Now, is it possible for sinful thoughts to creep in? Of course. But there's a potency to dispel it. Now that's different than saying there's a potency to dispel sins. They're dispelled. However, tendencies may still remain. Yes?
Yes.
So, that was one of the first questions in the morning session. You know, just even once, then you go back to the spiritual world? No. You just once, and Namabas clears it. Then supposing somebody goes out and does some more sinful stuff, then they're responsible for the karma of the sinful stuff. So that's just a fact. It's just, you know, you can understand it or not understand it as a fact. Prarabdha karma is wiped out. New stuff can happen because tendency remains. And so one's submission and participation in the act of submission can be withdrawn. And one can get covered up again with karma. Okay?
I have a follow-up question on that, if that is okay.
Ah, it's okay. I expected it.
Thank you, Maharaj. It is on the same line. My first question was how to understand it. My second question is how to realize it.
Oh, keep chanting, Prabhu.
But then it...
This is the how-to question. You heard my answer to the how-to question. The standard sadhu sangha. And what happens in sadhu sangha? Bhajana kriya. What happens in bhajana kriya? Anartha nivritti. Abhyasa. That's, you know, let's go to Patanjali and we'll find out what does abhyasa mean? How does it become firmly rooted? So, you know, you have the answer to your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Put your hand up again. Here comes the microphone.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, I have three small questions.
3 small questions.
If that is okay.
My experience is her questions aren't so small. She's very humble though. I'll give her credit for that. Go ahead.
So Maharaj, in Gopakumara's story, we always see that picture, and that is very fascinating when Krishna is embracing Gopakumar. So it's just a curiosity question. First one is, like, did Gopakumar go in his spiritual body?
Yes.
Or because he started from the material world?
That's right, but he went to the spiritual world.
Because we didn't hear any description of his going into spiritual body.
Yeah, it's there. Just read it again. You'll feel he passes through all those places and gets there. Next, middle question.
So the next question is like dutiful application or dutiful following of instruction sustains on what? Because it feels like only dutiful following of instruction is not sustainable for a long time.
Yes, that's right. You know, mode of goodness gets interrupted by the other modes sometimes. So sustainable means when it's Shuddha. So how do you get to the Shuddha platform? That's the same how-to question.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, duty, here's a teaching I like. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, duty and love are not on the same platform. Duty is on the material, and love is on the spiritual.
Just keep practicing and...
Yeah, there, how to, yeah.
The last question, Maharaj, that in this material world we see that, just speaking about myself, like we develop greed for something which we have
seen, like people have reached to some level or materially.
Yes,
So they
generally.
develop greed for that level or that position or that, acquiring that possession or something. But in spiritual instructions, why don't we develop greed? Is that because of the lack of contemporary or relatable examples?
Well, no, it's just we're attached to the temporary. Now, one of the topics that came up Wednesday evening, that was 2 evenings, yesterday evening, was self-centeredness. When Krishna is at the center, then it's real. And is it possible? The answer is yes. Is it possible that someone can feel a strong greediness for spiritual attainment and they're at the center, not Krishna is at the center? Yes. And my experience is with people that are like that, they don't see it. You can shine not just a flashlight, a spotlight on it, and they don't see it. Because they're at the center. And Krishna is everything for them. But Krishna isn't everything for them, they're at the center. Is it possible? Yes. Now what's going to happen to such a person? Well, Krishna has his way of dealing with such persons. He can neglect them, he can smash them on the head, he can do whatever he wants. In a way that will help that person.
Thank you so much.
But Krishna needs to be at the center. That's the starting point. And some persons don't get it. They're at the center. And they don't get it. It's sad, but true. Yes, behind you.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. I have a question about yesterday's one of the slides you had. Bhaktivinoda Thakur Bhajana Rahasya. It says there that we should remember affectionately the meaning of the holy name. Would you elaborate the affectionate part?
That's going to be front and center tomorrow. But I'll say it because you're asking it, because you're a senior Vaishnavi, I'll answer it. But just very quickly, it's everything, Priti. There she is. You know Priti? Raise your hand. She's got it. She didn't want to raise her hand, but I wanted her to raise her hand. So, when there's a little video clip of Prabhupada speaking on this topic, but the topic is, it's with love. And love means Krishna is everything. Krishna is at the center, and I'm in the relationship with Krishna, but Krishna is clearly at the center. It's all about Krishna in the center. And then with love, something is offered. So, you'll be here tomorrow? Okay, so I'll think of you when we're covering that little section. And we have 6 minutes to go.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. I just want to check, like Patanjali Yoga Sutra, which you mentioned, is same as in Bhakti Sandarbha. Earlier we heard from you, Anuvrattir Asakrit Upadeshat.
Say it slowly, please.
So earlier, like in Sandarbha's classes, you mentioned one quote about Anuvrattir Asakrit Upadeshat.
I don't recall. So what's your point?
So that is also meaning like repetitively doing the practice of something. So just want to check, like
Your question is absolutely unclear to me. Why don't you just send me a little note so I can understand what your question is, and then I can respond to your question, because it's not clear right in front of you.
Sure.
Prabhu, did you have your hand up? Oh, okay.
In the earlier discussions, we were talking about primary intention and secondary intention. Primary being having the goal to develop attachment to Krishna.
Yes, yes, yes.
And then secondary being like giving up of fear and
Other things.
So when I was hearing the Shikshashtikam verse, Cheto Darpanamarjanam, I felt that is also secondary, like cleaning of the heart or getting rid of material attachments. That also felt like a secondary.
Yes, that's correct. Anarjana vritti is secondary in general, because eradication of unwanted things is secondary. But to get to the primary, the secondary, you have to clean up the house before you can bring Krishna in.
So then the Shikshashtikam verse, it's just like a prelude or wanting to attract, to develop attachment to Krishna, but that's not the goal. Like cleaning the heart, meaning it's also secondary is what I'm...
Yeah, but it depends on why you want to make your house clean. Mode of goodness is, I don't like it when it's dirty. I feel uncomfortable when it's dirty, so I like to keep it clean. And that's me. And then I want to make this place so attractive that Krishna will want to come. And he'll come when the place is, we discussed this. Krishna appears in the mind of Vasudeva because he's Vasudeva. His consciousness is completely pure. So Vasudeva becomes the son of Vasudeva. Krishna appears when the place is clean. So then the intention behind it makes all the difference. Same as my response to Atmanivedana's question. The intention behind is everything. Yesterday, the morning class, I'm inattentive. Do I want to become attentive? Why do I want to become attentive? And if the bhakti principle is at the front, then it's not cosmetic, or it's not, now you see it, now you don't. Now I'm attentive, now I'm inattentive. So bhakti makes something permanent because there's shelter. And the shelter is the supreme pure. That's the bhakti principle. So that's the primary. And secondary will follow. So if the secondary is mentioned in the anarjana vritti stage, no problem, because it'll help you get to the primary. Okay, we have 2 minutes, and Atmanivedana is waving his arms again.
So you were talking, Maharaj, about the principle that should be followed of offering respect even to one's enemy. And you showed the slide of, and discussed how Lord Chaitanya was even offering respect to Ramachandra Puri, who we understand to be like the worst of the fault finders.
Yes.
My personal understanding is that this is an important principle to embrace, and challenging to do that. And yet, it should be applied according to time, place, and circumstance.
Yes.
One's intelligence, not just like, yeah. And so I guess my question, based on that, I think related to that last point, that it may be applied in different ways. I'm curious in considering how Lord Chaitanya offered respect to Ramachandra Puri, and yet he was I guess we could say he's kind of the worst of the worst, and yet we also hear about I think Bhakti Siddhanta saying if there's a snake, you kill it. So I was just curious if you could comment on it.
Sure. No, Ramachandra Puri wasn't a snake. He's a superior. Besides, in social structure, he is the god brother of his guru. And between his guru and the god brother of guru, both were disciples of the same spiritual master. One embraced him and the other rejected him. He rejected him. He would get out of here. I don't want to see your face. Go anywhere you want to go. Don't come before me ever again. It was like, phew, that's heavy. That's heavy. And from a person in the position of Mandir Puri to say such a thing, if I were to see your face when I would die, I'd be ruined. I don't want to see your face. Whew, that's heavy. And he still didn't give up his fault finding. He was attached to the fault finding program. So one could say, yeah, it's a snake. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, offered him respect, and it didn't blow up into some scene. Because after some time, he left. Because he went to find another place to go find fault with. But it's a teaching by example, and the example has to conform with time, place, and circumstance. So we don't always know in this circumstance what's appropriate, in that circumstance what's appropriate. We don't have refined intelligence. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was teaching in principle. When in doubt, be respectful. And then respect can be shown by shaking a stick too. Because that may be what is best for the person, but you have to have adhikar to know when to do this and when to do that. With respect. Because it's for the interest that Krishna will be pleased, and this person may be able to give up such a tendency and they see a stick. So, it takes intelligence and spiritual capacity. So when in doubt, take the high road.
Thank you.
Okay. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. You want the microphone? Stand away from this.
The ordinary one, I request you to come. No, just to get sponsored and a full of Yes.
Right now, okay.
Hare Krishna. The organizers are requesting for the meal sponsors to come ahead. Chintamani Mataji, Rachana Hampi Mataji, Vadanya Mataji, and Syamasundar Mataji or Yashodanandan Prabhu. If you're here, please come. Maharaj will please come and receive Mahaprasadam and flower from Guru Maharaj. Is there Syamasaki or Yashodanandan Prabhu in the room? Oh. And Badanya Mataji? That's you, right? Rachna Hampi Mataji? We're very grateful to the sponsors. One last announcement. We've heard about Mahamantra being Cheto Darpana Marjanam. We need some 6 strong men for pot Marjanam. Can I have a show of hands, please? So 1, I need 5 more, 2. Okay, that's 4. 2 more, Prabhujis. After prasadam, please make your way to the kitchen. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Leave it. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.